Spot 8, lower than forecast at 53.
Good morning, good morning.
Looking into the report then, Chief Economist at S&P, Williamson, notes that the flash PMI brought news of sustained economic growth at the start of the year, but there are further signs that the rate expansion has cooled over the turn of the new year compared to the hotter pace indicated back in the fall. They say that the survey is signaling annualized GDP growth of 1.5% for both December and January, and a worryingly subdued rate of new business growth across manufacturing and services adds further to signs that first quarter growth could disappoint.
How was everyone's afternoon after I left? Yeah, I mean the afternoons are rough because I don't know if you remember me saying it, but like I'm usually right structurally, but it just the moves take way too long in the afternoon, in my opinion. So okay, great, we've got our zones, we've got everything, but like I'm not about to just sit here for 4 hours waiting for it to happen. Um, if you look at our levels from yesterday and what we did, like we did exactly what I thought we were gonna do. And I think that if you did stay for the rest of the day, that you should definitely go back and look because I think it's very important that you see that if you're playing zone to zone, like nothing invalidated, nothing changed from yesterday. I want to actually show you that real quick before we do anything new. So this is yesterday's market. So this was our buyer that we found from yesterday, and our long in our rotation up into the supply we identified. I left you guys here. Do you see how we just followed our supply? We held our PVZ high, and then we rotated down into our most recent buyer. This is where I commented yesterday, into our 70s. We rotated back up into our zone where our supply was identified. We then flipped our most recent buyer, right? You see this? So we bounced our 70s, rotated back up to our supply, came back down into our balance low, right? Where our most recent buyer was, made this our resistance, we flipped it, and then rotated down through our next zone into our reversion into end of day, then held our zones. Everything played to a T. Right? I don't need to be here for you to see that our zones play. You just need to mark them yourself and then literally play zone to zone.
So the sentiment final forecast 54 on the prior 54 with a range of 55 to 53 spot 5. 1 year inflation forecast 4 spot 2% from the prior 4 spot 2. 5 year forecast 3 spot 4% on the prior 3 spot 4. Expectations forecast 55 unchanged from the prior, and conditions forecast 52 spot 3 from 52 spot 4.
All right. And then let's just look into afternoon as well, because like I want you to like, again, the entire concept of like what we were talking about yesterday is you not needing to depend on me, because I think it is incredibly important that you see this stuff, you're able to play around it, and you can see that like it's literally just the looking into the flip and then playing it back up to zone, and then it's like, oh, okay, we come to our supply again, and we hit our heads into our afternoon, and we do a full rotation through our zones once again back to our buyer. And what happens to our buyer? Well, we immediately bet off of it, and then we're rotating back up, right? All in this afternoon, in the Globex session. Like, our zones are still good. Buyer's still here, supply is still here, and we're rotating back through. And now we've opened into the new day. See what we do. This isn't like an ego thing that I'm trying to like be like, oh look, I was right. No, but it's like, hey, look, our zones and our structure matter. And, yeah, and I don't need to be here for that to stay true, you know? You just need to mark them yourself on your chart and understand why we do what we do, you know? Like, it's not made up. The opportunities are the same regardless of if I'm here or not. You can't hear me? Well, that's upsetting. Am I muted on YouTube? No. Showing up on both. What? Let's see if we can find a bid here, boys. Above our previous day value. And rotate up like so. Might be a little early for this, but let's see what we do here. How do you find your zones? Usually it's just based off of our structure, or like it's a order flow thing. Like we identify a buyer or seller, and then it's just, that's it. I don't know. I mean, it's usually a mix between volume, profile, value areas, or it's just like footprint deltas. I don't know. I mean, the more you watch the stream, the more it'll make sense.
a January final sentiment survey.
I always
Sentiment
explain
forecast
what I'm
54,
doing.
unchanged from the prior, with a range of 55 to 53.5. 1-year inflation forecast 4.2% on the prior 4.2. 5-year inflation forecast to remain unchanged at 3.4%. The conditions final forecast 52.3 from 52.4, and expectations forecast to remain unchanged at 55. We also do get the US leading index data. So we get the headline number, which will be released on the calendar. That's for November. So with a forecast of minus 0.2%. With this, though, at least at the same time, we'll get the release of the October leading index as well.
We need to get over 640 and bid, or that'll be where that offer sticks. It's our 30-second opening range high. Offer sitting there at 640. Starting to shift up a little bit to 45s. Nice bid and holds. See if we can get that full rotation up to 60 off of our previous day value holding. I think we just pathed out. There it is. Taking off my first risk here. Half out. But yeah, like our zones from yesterday. Like you can see, hide drawings. Do you see how on footprint it shows this as a stacked imbalance? So what did I mark it as? Supply, right? So this is where our seller was sitting. This was also our 30-second opening range high from yesterday, where we opened and then immediately sold, and we put in a directional move off our open. And so I'm not expecting us to be incredibly bullish until we push over our opening participants who pushed the market to the downside. And then you can see at our lows as well is that we have a lot of demand down here, right? We have liquidity, buy side liquidity off of our stacked imbalance. Right, so that marks that as well, and that is where we identified our buyer in real time. So we identified our seller and our buyer, and these are our two big pivots. And then we identified our two internal zones based off of our distributions that we created. So we had this balance that was here, where we had these two POC, we had like triple POCs that were kind of flat. And on the smaller time frame, this area is a very clear flip between this seller who pushed price down and then the bid who had to step back up, right? So we had a, where's my, need to turn meters off. So we had this seller who pushed price down very aggressively here.
Michigan sentiment final.
And then we saw a bid step up and then rotate higher. So I was playing off of this seller pushing price down in this candle, and then our buyer stepping up and then holding this as supportive, and then this became a zone of interest for us on the way back, because we expect that this bid will be here again on a retest based off of this flip here where this buyer showed interest. And then it's the same thing for this area over here, as we just saw another area where there was like a lot of volume that was exchanged. A lot of buyers trying to hold here on the attempt up, and then we were rotating up into supply. So when we come back down, I expect us to try to find a buyer here again, right? And if we can flip this as resistance, then we come back down to this previous zone. Hopefully that makes
56
sense.
spot 4, 56 spot 4. That's higher than forecast. 54. 1 year inflation at 4%. 4%. That's lower than forecast. 4 spot 2%. 5 year at 3 spot 3%. 3 spot 3. Lower than forecast. 3 spot 4%. Expectations at 57. 57.
We're
Higher than
mooning.
forecast 55. And conditions at 55 spot 4. 55 spot
$1,000
4.
per contract
Higher than
here
forecast.
off
52
of
spot
our
3.
30s.
Some strength coming through in the S&P 500 here following that data.
Boom.
S&P now flat on the session, as again we did see the sentiment headline as well as expectations and conditions come in higher than expected,
Okay,
while the inflation
that was my first trade of the day.
numbers came in lower than expected.
I'm flat. I only had 2 contracts there. If you have the ability to hold a runner, I don't think anything's invalidated, but that's all I got for my first trade there. Copy.
Let's keep in mind conference board was slated to release the leading index change at the top of the hour as well. No sign of that number yet, however. I'll keep you posted if it comes through.
And these zones were created yesterday, right? Like, I didn't do shit today. I just looked at the chart, saw where we were. We recovered our previous day value low, and we rotated up to previous day POC. Can you imagine that? That was the trade. What do we expect on a recovery of previous day POC or any value low?
Sentiment survey January.
What do we expect
on the feed for those interested?
Well, we expect on a recovery of our value low, our rotation up to POC. Right? That's just a rule. That is an auction market theory rule. So when we recover our previous day value low, we expect a rotation to previous day POC. And then if we can flip our POC, where are we going to go? Well, looks like a value high. There it is. You have a runner as we push into the 700 to 710 area. This is your secondary risk off. And now you've done a full rotation of yesterday's value off of a recovery. Beautiful first trade on the day.
The Nasdaq turns higher, lost up spot 2%.
I have like no faith in us being able to push above this yet. Just letting you all know. Is that this supply above still feels pretty thick until proven otherwise. So as we push into this, let's just see what we do. I don't think I will believe in this move until I see like a very clear flip above our ETH high and then build above this like 730, 740. And then we can look up and then we can look for this rotation up to our target one on breakout that we drew out yesterday. That's into our ADR at 800s. Until then, oops. I'm gonna think that this is still gonna be like a battleground for our offer to try to sit here. No reaction on RTY, just holding view up as resistance so far. Offer holding. Traded right into our previous day value high. Rejected so far. Let's see if ES can find a bid here at POC, or if we're going to have to come back down. RTY leading to the downside, diverging as we pushed into our NQ target. Supply is still supplying. Bid really trying its 710. Very two-sided there. Still flagging up here into supply, but we need to flip this and push over 30s for me to feel any confidence. Or again, this is just where we have a bunch of two-sided trading, absorb into this known supply, and then rotate back down to 670 off of another failure. It's waiting for Russell to find a low for us to figure out what we're going to do. If RTY doesn't find a low and bounce, with NQ continuing to maintain these highs,
The Chinese
then rotations back down
talks in Beijing today
are the only obvious play. But like, let's say NQ is able to hold here for some reason, and we don't rotate back down to 670, and we are able to maintain. We're just waiting for Russell to find this low, and as soon as it does, we'll then break out of this flag and then look over this 30 to 40.
Italy's PM Maloney says our willingness to cooperate with the US remains firm.
So let's see what they do. As soon as Russell stops diverging, right, and if it and Q and ES are still maintaining these highs, then like we're still in an uptrend, and then we're just watching to see if this flag holds, and then we'll go for this target up here. But we need RTY to find this low. Just watching our zone below. RTY coming down into target here. See if we find a bid with RTY with NQ and ES still just kind of stagnant and consolidating at our highs. If RTY can find this bounce, then these flags can potentially break out and pop higher. If RTY can't find this low, we don't see a reactive bid here, then I would expect that the supply maintains, and then we rotate down to 670 on NQ first before we can go higher. Whatever our Russell reaction is here should determine what we do. Just keep an eye on it. Mm-hmm.
The conference board now saying that the leading
What's up,
index
Surf?
change is being delayed due to a network outage. So again, that data was due at 10 a.m. alongside the University of Michigan data. Again, conference board now confirming the data is delayed due to a technical outage.
Okay. Should be our first risk off if you're playing off of our offer here and our rotation down into our 70 target. Watch to see if our bid still sits here. Russell continuing to fall. As long as Russell's continuing to fall, I don't expect us to break over our supply. It makes zero sense. Like we talked about, we need a Russell big old bid here, but this is our first target on NQ where you should risk off. Trade should be now free if you've taken off half. Based off of pathing, now we watch to see if a bid sits here. Same exact zones as yesterday and idea. If we flip our 70 to 60, then we can look further down into our next zone. But if this holds, then I'd expect a bid, and then we look for a flip over our 30 to 40 for any sort of actual real long, unless you're going to try to bid off of this 60 to 70. That is our second idea of the day. Back to our supply here, off of our bounce at our most recent buyer that we have identified from yesterday. Still need to flip back over this 30 to 40 for anything new, or nothing has changed. Supply is still supplying. RTY is still in downtrend. Bid on Russell sitting down at 96. That's where they're advertising. 96, where that bid is resting currently on Dom. POC attempting to shift here on NQ, sitting at our 700 supply above us. If that continues to hold as resistance, this might be our first signs that we're going to need to rotate back down to our 20s. So right now it's just balance in between our two zones. That makes sense to me. Right, we're just chopping between this most recent buyer and our known seller. But if this flips, it'll be the same. It's the same place where I left you guys yesterday, right? Supply is holding. We're rotating back down into our known buyer. If this flips offer, then we'll rotate down back to our PVZ value here, previous day value low, as well as our current POC at 25s, right into our reversion area. So we'll watch to see if we get a secondary leg on a flip of this. Until then, though, this is just going to balance here. We need to see buy side hold these lows and rotate us over previous day value high and show interest over this POC shift that we're seeing here. Show interest over this, and then we can look for a continuation higher. We can see this, then we get expansion upwards if we continue to maintain these lows, just like we have pathed. If this flips, right, then we know where we're headed. If this buyer is no longer present, then we will head down to these lows. Choppy balance between supply and demand right now, while we wait for Russell to get with the program. Hopefully everyone understands what I am saying. If it doesn't, ask questions while we're sitting here. But plan has been given. Still rotating and holding where we need to. Back up to our highs, into our supply. See if we can flip here. We need to be able to build over this POC. Show interest over these highs. See this Russell break this downtrend. Get back up. Get with the program. Yes, nothing to really write home about. Bounce PVZ and our value as well as our 30-second opening range. Trying to break downtrend now. Let's see if we can get this flip following our pathing where we expected the bid to be. Again, need to show interest over this 30 to 40 or there is nothing new. Good morning, good morning. You're a bit off now, bud. Easy flip and hold from our target. Rotating up. Huge trade. Let's see if we can get some continuation here on our build of our 30 to 40. I'm half out from our entry of our long and our rotation up off of our flip of our short. And now we are continuing. Let's see if we can build here following pathing. Russell also finding our bid. Yes, finding our bid. Market immediate rocket ship up as soon as Russell was able to get with the program from our demand on NQ. Again, I expect a bit of a chop here. See if we can build and show interest at this 40. If we can, should be able to continue higher. No problem. Going up to our target that we have marked, which is just ADR on the day at 800. Did this all make sense? Did you guys play this? Did you follow the pathing? Did you listen to me and do nothing? Like what's the general consensus here? Okay, cool. I just want to make sure, because like if you're quiet and you're not asking questions, then I'm assuming we're all on the same page. I've taken off my first risk on my just to cover. Now we're watching to see if we can bid here. Again, this 30 to 40. If we can do that, then we should rotate up to 800, giving us another like 50 points here. See if we can fly it. I played the short, closed into 70. I didn't flip immediately though. Looking to get into on the retest of 30 to 40. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if you're going to get it, but I think your options, opportunity-wise, are to... I mean, again, like these are the same zones as yesterday where we found liquidity. Everything is the same reaction-wise. So your options are to find and try to play this bid at the lows here from our 70 with your first risk off here into our highs, or play the flip here for this rotation up after getting stopped out of these highs, and then playing this bid here at 720, right? As soon as we see that, and then playing that up. And now we're looking for a secondary move here off of a flag and hold. Right, but do you see the flip here over our previous day value high and bid from our reactive zone and our previous day POC? So as we take profit on our short, we flip over, we see an active bid step up, and now we're watching to see if we get this continuation here. We can build, awesome, then we can go up to target. No, you're good. You're good. Listen, this is why I trade the way I do, right? It's like, it's all like, if we invalidate the short, we flip to the long, you know? You see what I mean? Like, it's like, it is what it is. Oh, I forgot people can't see from. Right, this then immediately becomes our flip for our long continuation, and then secondary target will be into 800. But like, that gives you two opportunities to try, right? Like, if you're unwilling to try the short here for this rotation down into our target, then it's like, okay, well, then you have another opportunity for the long at our demand. Playing off of this. Rotations back up. This would be your first target. Edged or edge, right? Choose your direction. And again, right, like the next short idea is only if we flip back below this, just like we talked about for this rotation down. So we expect our bid to be here, and then our rotation back up, or we expect our offer to be here, and then we look for the rotation back down. And then we look for a secondary here, and now we're watching for a flag to form and a hold of our supply as now supportive for a continuation up, and see if we get another opportunity here. What happens if these guys above our identified supply are unable to hold and we flip back below? They're gonna be pretty offsides, yeah. Yeah. But not only a rotation back down, but a break of these lows, because these guys are offsides, so then we would have a catalyst for a new low out of this range, would be my guess. Right, like if these guys fail here and then we rotate back through, I'd expect a break of these lows and then a push down to the secondary target, because we would have a catalyst for that, for these buyers being offsides. So they would have to deleverage, right, de-risk, which means that they would have to sell their bid. So we would have real sellers plus people de-risking, which would cause a secondary move down into our reversion off of a failure to build above and sustain. But we're sustaining so far. But I just want to like give that as an idea as well. It's like when we have a failure at our highs, a failure to look above and hold, I'll then use that as our reasoning to be like, oh yeah, it expects that, it makes sense that we wouldn't be able, like if there's no interest above, then I doubt that this buyer is still going to be present here again with any sort of like real ability to push, and that we should expect that this will be our catalyst for a larger rotation and a break of said lows for that next leg down. So whenever I see like a failure to break over our range highs, we would expect then to then seek liquidity further down before we are able to go higher. But we'll see what happens. Nothing is proving that that's the case as of yet. I just want to point it out because it's the same for every balance trade. That concept. Okay. Try to keep these charts clean. Oh, this supply above here, man. Feels bad. Yeah, it's necessary. We're trying to recover our value here. So if we can hold our build back into our value high, or sorry, our value low, we're trying to do like a 3-bar on the 5 on RTY, and that would be a rotation back up to I don't know, 708, 710, just into our PVZ and VWAP there. We can build. Same thing with the it's like previous day POC trying to hold us supportive, but we've got this POC from previous candle above us, the supply that we've got to breach. So we should expect our offer to try to stick here, right? Into that. But if we can flip it, then it should be previous day value highest target. It's a bit rough. But we're headed to target, no problem. We just I just hit $1,000 per contract here into 75s from our flip of our 20. If you played off of just the 30, you're still very positive. As we push into this 80 to 800, 780 to 800, I think this should be your first risk off. But if we can flip this, then we can look for continuation. But I don't have, this is all just supply up here. I have no clue what's going to happen. So either like move stops up or secure some gains and let the trade play. As long as higher lows are continuing to maintain, there's nothing to really worry about. But yeah. Just as we push into this, let's see how we play it out. Offer pretty clear at 780 into 800. Were people willing to play off of the flip of 30 to 40 for this push into 800? Following our pathing and what we took in our logic, supply becoming our flip in demand. For those that were unwilling to play the... okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's good. I haven't watched it yet. I'll watch it today. Take a gummy, not during the week. Oh, I guess it's the weekend. Maybe. A gummy for an hour of entertainment is crazy. Not even an hour, 40 minutes. But maybe. I just want to show you like with the stop, like the stops don't matter, right? Like we already talked about this. Everything that we talked about today, the three areas, the three trades that we've taken, have all made sense for structurally. We haven't created any new structure. It's the same structure that I left you guys with yesterday. It's the same everything. I didn't even mark this as a new target. This is literally the target from yesterday on our break of our range. For a lot of you that are showing up now, this is where I left you yesterday. Our supply held. We rotated down to our 70s. This is the same trade that we just did right now. But yesterday, we bounced off of our 70, our most recent buyer that we identified. But then we hit our supply again, and then we were unable to look above and flip this 30 for this upper rotation. Instead, we held our supply, flipped our most recent buyer at this 670, and then rotated down to our reversion target, right? This is what happened into the afternoon session. Today, we actually were able to break out of our supply from yesterday, right? So we were able to hold here and then build at our 670 off of our failure here at our supply, right? Rotated down, immediately found our bid, and then we're able to flip over and actually hold our previous sell, right? From our opening range yesterday. Remember, this is how this zone was built, was off of the highs of this candle from our opening range yesterday. So this is where that big old seller stepped in. So if this seller doesn't want to participate anymore, and we've eaten through all of the supply, we are now watching it to see if our bid can hold above, right? Just like we talked about. This allowed for an upper rotation into our ADR here, right? This is our average daily range high, as well as our breakout fib target from yesterday. So we are now holding our previous supply and pushing up. So these are the same levels, same zones, same structure as yesterday. We were just rotating and successfully pushing above and pushing into our first target. If we can flip ADR and start to build over 800s, I'd expect us to have another 100 points up into yesterday's average daily range high. That's my guess. But I have a feeling that this is going to be a bit of a battle here. So I just want to continue to review this because I think it's really important to show you that our structure continues to play. And as long as you have these zones marked as well, and you have an understanding of how to play around zone to zone and what to expect, it's literally all laid out for you. You know, that's what we try to do every day. Is we try to lay it out, and then it's up to you to do what you want with it. But you don't need me to walk you through it. Just mark them yourself and understand like our reactions and why we're doing what we're doing, right? Like that's what we discuss on a daily basis. So for today, again, like these are our trades. Of course, it's too big. Nope. This is just for our Discord, or for the people not on Discord. Held our 30-second opening range, a flip of our view up, we bid, and we rotated up. We then played a secondary move from where we took profits at our 670. We played a short from our supply here. Right, this is here. Rotated it down, saw we had an active bid where we thought we would. We stopped out here and then immediately flipped long as soon as we showed that we were going to rotate higher. Took our first profit and then allowed this to hold. I could have added here, I did not, and then we played up into our 780, 800. Right, that's just this. And now if we can build above this 800, we should be able to get that continuation up higher. So we'll see what happens. Listen, I'm just trying to show you that it's possible. That's all I'm trying to do. So this is where we're at so far today. And this is our stop out. 335. Plus, it is what it is. This is target here on ES off of our hold of previous day POC. We are now trading into previous day value high as well as our supply on ES. Let's see if we can flip this just like we did on NQ. If we can flip it, then we should be able to get some continuation. I'd expect that we're going to have to build out here a bit on NQ. But maybe I'm wrong. Very clear liquidity here. We can start to mark these. Now that we have some new information. See if we can build above ADR. If we can like flag it out here, then we can start to build out some new structure, but we'll have to see what the market gives us now that we've hit our target on ES at a previous day value high. Our fib target's 870 above. If we can hold this 800, and then above that would be that 920 area, like around here. I don't know. Gotta build this out a bit. Holding our 800 so far. My focus this year and at the end of last year really is a shift from being here the entire day to really showing you that you just need to be very selective with your trading, right? And that you can give yourself a couple hours to get the job done and then to go live your life. Something that I was staying here way too long, and it's like I gotta be able to show you guys that, like, all it takes is a couple good trades and then you can get the hell out, right? Treat it as a job, get out. Don't need to be here for the full session. Do your business. Enjoy yourself. It's so important. Right. Play the table, make your money, cash out. Get out of the casino. And some days, you know, the opportunities aren't as great, and that's okay. Not every day has to be the best trading day in the world. But we'll follow our plan, and we'll be systematic about it, and then, you know, we'll survive for the next day, and things are better. I still think trading on Mondays should be banned. Mondays still feel like the biggest waste of time in my life. Or like Tuesday for this week because it was a short week, but like the first day of the week is always the worst. Like, what an absolute waste of my life. Holy. Holding our 800, pushing up. Yes, pushing into ETH high. If you're playing off of 800s, this is already a 20-point trade. Not bad, but let's see if we can get more. I'd really like that move up to 70. I just don't know if we're going to get it on first attempt or if we're going to have to build out here at this 800 a bit more into new 15s. I have no clue. I don't. It doesn't really make sense for us to immediately go to 70s, in my opinion. I feel like we need to build out here a bit, but who fucking knows? It's just a straight channel up right now, right? Like, it's just trend. For my sake, I'd rather us kind of build out here, to be honest, because like lack of structure, it's going to be rough if we just go straight to 70 on the way back down into the afternoon. But you know, for the sake of us trading right now, it'd be nice if we just got the move so we could be done with it and then go live our lives. I'll be right back. Okay. Check out Microsoft. Okay. Microsoft. Yeah, just like channel up. Man, I put in an Instacart order yesterday, and the time frame they gave me was arriving between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. But no one has. It said my order was confirmed, but no one is like accepted it. So clearly it's not coming at 11 because it's 11 p.m. right now. If I pre-ordered and then they moved my time outside of my time frame, I'm gonna be pissed. Like, what's the point of pre-ordering then? Oh, I just like groceries from Costco yesterday. Concepts of a pre-order. True. New 15s have opened, opening above POC of previous candle. RTY still flat, doesn't matter. Tech is pushing into our supply here now on ES. New PVZ zones have been created. Oh yeah, no, it's the worst. Like I'm waiting on something that said it was going to be a day order, and now it's been pushed back like 3 times. Like, just tell me the actual time from the get-go. Like, I don't know. Like I bought all of the stuff when we were I don't know if you guys remember, like we were talking about the pee pad, like the dog pads and all of that. Like I ordered all of that same day. Half of my stuff came, like 2 days later. The reusable dog pee pad blanket thing. But then the foam pads that Nikki recommended, I ordered some off of Amazon, and they were in the same order, and those then got delayed like 4 times. They all said that it was going to show up at the same time. It's like, well, just stop lying. It's okay. Things can take a bit longer, but give me an actual proper time. So now every day I look at my phone and it's like, oh no, it's been pushed back again. Are we serious? Yeah, the rest of the order was on January 19th. And then these pads are coming today, it says, between 12 and 3 p.m. But I bet they get pushed back again. Again, we're just in trend up. We have flipped our target at our 800s, held it as supportive, and are now rotating up. We're watching to see how we interact as we push up into this 70 to 80. This is where our reversion zone has us going off of the new PVZ zone that was created. And then our target 2 will be up into this 920, 950, which is just a fib target. But we're just in trend up. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, continuing on our way. This is ETH high on ES, as well as our 30-second opening range from yesterday. Yeah, and I expect like a bit of a choppy period here where we retest this area, Roy, just like we did on NQ. And then if we can build above this like 64, 65, then I'd expect on the higher time frame that leads to rotations up to, I don't know, like 85, 90. That's where that VPOC is up here. So that would be like my main target if we could flip over our 30-second opening range. Would be somewhere into here. But we got to show that interest first, right? This would be just like we're doing it on NQ right now, trying to build at our ADR. We'd have to flip that, and then that'd be a rotation into here. But we've got a lot of work to do still. Build out this zone. See what we do here at our previous day value high retest. We're just we're inside our 30-second opening range from yesterday. Yeah, I mean, well, Russell can literally just continue sideways and no, there's no change. It's a tech heavy day, right? But that doesn't mean that we're not going to get any sort of like pullbacks and structure building here, which is what we need, right? Like if we just channel up like we're doing without any sort of build in structure, anytime we meet any real sell, the market's just going to like plunge, right? Because we haven't built out anything like look at our nodes right now, how thin they are. Like we have a little one here, a little one here at our value edge. But like the market is so thin in these distributions. So this is why I said like I'd be very happy if we could build out at our 800s, just because that's going to make us feel a bit more comfortable. Let's up the resolution on this so that you can see these nodes a bit more. There we go. Just for visual sake. Oops. So like this is now becoming a distribution here, and then we have an LVN. So we'll watch to see how our reaction is as we push down into this. If we can build here and this low can hold, then we'll look for, you know, rotations through, and then when we can build like this, then we can build outside this distribution. So we'll just continue to watch for bids into these lows. As long as that's happening, then it's just going to be balance and we build this out. But let's say like this LVN doesn't hold. Okay, well then we'll flip and then we'll rotate back down to this LVN would be my guess. Then we'll have to look back above. I don't know. We're just building it out. It's no biggie. Like we'll watch for our offer now into this for the seller off of this bounce here, based off of this LVN that's here. So we got our bid into our lows. That makes sense into our tail. Now we'll watch our offer. We're going to make a lower high here. That leads down, then we'll have to watch for a continuation. Or if we can flip this, then I'll look for, you know, some sort of rotation like so. But building this out is good. Oops. Good bounce at our previous day value high on ES. Good bounce at our low of our distribution here on NQ. Finding bid still in this tail. See if we can just build out this node, get over this mid here at our 830. This is where POC sits on this current candle. So all of these guys we're going to need to be able to push through. Or again, like this will just be where sell side sits, and then we'll have to rotate and build this out a bit more. I'd like to see this flip and then go supportive. We're going to keep going. Or again, like these guys will be offsides. We're looking for then sell side to try to put in a lower high here. And then we'll have to rotate in between our pivots in the meantime. And again, nothing about this is bearish in nature. It's just building out our structure here above ADR. The market can't go straight up forever. Sometimes you gotta pause. Musk just said that the FSD subscription will increase in price as it won't be standardized at $99 per month as the technology improves. I haven't read it, so I have no clue why people would be mad, but I think the pacing in JDK is awful, personally. As someone who hasn't read, I'm like I never understand what's going on. I just watch it for the fight scenes, literally. Like the story, like the plot is I don't know. I don't. I skipped episode 3 entirely because it was all dialogue. It's crazy. Bro, it's 20 minutes. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Brother, why are they adding Michael and Dwight from The Office in Fortnite? Are we just gonna have every single character from every TV show and every piece of media in Fortnite? God, what a... I mean, it's become pure slop. Apparently, man. Yeah, I think they're already in the game. Kardashians, and now Michael Scott. I'm still stuck with Skylanders. I don't know what that means. Is that a Fortnite thing? Oh, Arc Raiders, the new OG Fortnite. What? What? Hmm. Dude, I remember when Fortnite was still a zombie horde survival game. That was the last time I played Fortnite. When it was build a base and survive waves of zombies. I don't understand how anyone enjoys the battle royale genre. I just don't get it. I'll never get it. But hey, people love it. Clearly. 700 hours of PUBG is insane. That was peak. 'No ability to flip over our pivot so far that we identified. That was just the LVN in this upper range, or this upper distribution that we talked about. We're now seeing POCs shift on both NQ and ES. So this is where things can turn a bit bearish if we are unable to build in this upper distribution, right? Because now we're seeing that a lot of volume on the day is starting to transact up here. And if this POC can shift on the daily profile, right? Where was the POC before this? Right, so if we continue to fail to push over this, and this continues to hold as our offer, and we can't build above, then we'll have a failure to shift, and then we'll have to rotate back down to this POC below us, right? So we want to really watch how we build out in this upper distribution, because just like we talked about, the lack of structure that we've built out up here can become a double-edged sword, right? Like it was great on the way up because our moves are quick and they're concise and we have a very strong trend. But after that move's done, the lack of structure that we've built out from how fast the move was in one direction means that on the way down, we don't have a lot to hold on to in regards to structure, right? So our moves down can be a bit dramatic. Nothing yet has clarified that, but we're seeing the signs here with this POC shift and us holding up below. We'll watch again just how we interact as we push into this LVN here. This will be kind of our low of balance until proven otherwise. And we'll watch to see if we get this flip. But if this starts to hold as resistance back below our ADR, we have to start to be like, oh, okay, this might come back down. And then we'll play off zone to zone. But just going to keep an eye on this. Again, we're watching this distribution build out here. Right, this is the distribution that we're paying attention to with POC here in the mid. So far holding the mid to low. We need to flip it and then show interest back above, or this offer is going to continue to maintain here at our 20 to 30. Now that new 15s have successfully closed, and we have our POC to value above, I'm just going to change our zone a bit more to align with our structure. Okay. All right, let's see if someone picked up my order yet. Or like, what is going on? So worried I'm gonna miss it. Oop, still no shopper. I hate that. Jeez. Do you draw your zone manually? I mean, I always draw my zones manually, but it's usually a mix of both, Odin. I mean, like right now, I'm highlighting most of the zones I draw are for you guys, right? Like I'm just highlighting our either our indicator or our footprint. But like right now, like this lower zone was highlighting the LVN off of the distribution that we were making on our daily volume profile. But it's also where our buyer is on PVZ as well as our ADR on the day, our average daily range. We're watching to see if we find a bid here as we push down into the 790. Again, we've identified that POC is shifted above us and that our seller is sitting there. And we're now watching to see how we interact as we push down into these green PVZ value zones on ES, RTY, and NQ all at the same time. So this is kind of our like last line of defense as we push down into here to see what we do. Watching for Russell to find a low, ideally into this value low. Same thing with NQ into our value here. And we're watching on NQ as well how we fill this LVN. So as ES and RTY find these lows, I'm expecting hopefully that NQ can get back above and then show a bid, but we got to wait for these to stop selling. And then we'll look for our bid here into this LVN once we've built out some of the structure. Just coming back down to our POC, right? Lack of structure means that we don't really have a lot here to work off of until we see some of the structure built out. Finding our bid. See if we can get flip back over 800s here, or this will be where our offer sits. $20 seconds till new 15s. What's up, Grotto? I'd like to see this look below, flip to a supportive bid, and then this becoming our risk if we're going to find it. If not, then this is, again, just like we talked about, where our offer will sit, and then we'll start to rotate down to come back down to this 700 for the POC shift that we identified. So watching to see how we open here into new 15s. This should at least allow a rotation to POC a previous candle. Now that our new 15 is opened, if we're able to bid here, making this a 1-to-1 trade. If we're going to get the long. One risk. Yeah, I mean, again, we have to get over 800, so the offer sits there into our value low of previous candle. Hide drawings, right? We're holding our value of previous candle. Gotta bid it, and then we can rotate back up, or we're gonna come back down into this liquidity below. Again, we already drew this out, the entire plan of the downside understanding, right? Like if we flip this, where we're gonna go, we talked about this in depth before any of this is happening. ES probably heads down to 944, our POC shift like we talked about. Again, there is nothing telling us yet that this is the low. We need to see it first. We are in a downtrend from our seller that we've identified, and we are rotating down with POC on the daily above us. Again, we have zero structure. I cannot reiterate that enough. This is why I went over our plan before this move happened. We are reverting, and we are coming back down to our POCs before the shift. So that's at that 45. That's our 15-minute view up as well as our POC for the shift. We'll watch our reoffer until we break downtrend. Just don't go long, right? If our pivots hold this resistance, there's no reason to be looking for a supportive bid. We're just holding our pivots in the opposite direction, and we're rotating down. We have this structurally built out already of where we're looking to go and what we're watching for. We flip back below this 70. Then I'd expect us to rotate down to 700 for another 70 points personally. And take your first profit into 50s if from 70. Look for a bounce there and then watch for a reoffer at 70. As long as Russell's continuing to fall and we're not just chopping sideways, the market dies. If we can find RTY low and we can find an ES low at the same time, then the market has a chance. This is just a pullback, right? Like the overall trend is still bullish, but the lack of structure on the way up has caused an elevator down like we talked about. And now you have to wait for things to settle and find that low before we get our continuation. And you don't want to oversize before anything has verified. We've had such a good trading day. Don't be an idiot now. Play in the trend direction and play pivot to pivot until we flip said pivots and then rotate back up with someone trapped. I think we get a reoffer into 700s on Russell, which will cause a bit of a bounce. Then we watch for this, so we push back up into here. Watching our 790 to 800 here for reoffer on NQ. Either we flip this and then we rotate back up to POC, or this will hold offer and then we'll continue down. As we rotate into our previous day value high as well on ES, keeping an eye on that. We have very clear offers above for lower highs that we need to flip back above for security, or this will just be a lower high and then a continuation down, right? Something like that on ES, potentially, if we can't flip back above. And we're doing the move already on Russell, right? We identified off of PVZ. And now we're getting that continuation. So we should get follow through now on the rest of the market if Russell continues to fall. We need to flip these and show interest above. We have an idea of what we want to do. Now we need to put it into practice if we can flip. See if we can find a bid here on the flip and the look above. If we can, then we should rotate back up to that POC and then we'll look for security. Understand that Russell and ES are still diverging. We have no break in downtrends as of yet. So this is your first risk off on NQ if you're playing the flip into POC, right? This is the one-to-one risk that I was talking about. Again, RTY and ES have done nothing to verify that we want to continue higher as of yet. So the only thing that you can be in right now is this flip back over our pivot following our risk profile, and now you're waiting to see if we can consolidate here. That's literally it. I cannot stress that enough. Nothing has validated anything other than a look into this 20 to 25 area on NQ, and then a seller stepping in and then slapping us down. If we can hold here and build, amazing. Then we can look for that rotation back above our POC, right? But until proven otherwise, right, like this is just a look back into our offer, and then we'll look back down because nothing has verified other than we stopped selling on ES and RTY, but nothing has shifted structurally. So keep that in mind. We need to see a flip above this 40 for me to care, or it's just going to be a rotation off of the recovery of our range low. Offer sitting at 25 on NQ. RTY still into our pivot. ES still into our pivot, no change. Watch your retest as we push back in. Again, nothing has verified on ES or RTY that we want to push higher. All we know is that we recovered our bow low of our NQ move, playing off of this 800 to 90. And we have rotated back into POC to value high of our previous candle where we found our seller. The thing that we're watching, again, I can't reiterate this enough, is we can very clearly see the offer stepping down, right? POC to value high is above us. We're holding that from our previous candle. That then becomes our resistance. Now we're pushing into our POC to value high of our previous candle, and this is to be your target off of the hold, right? If we can flip this and we can rotate above, then we can go up. If this continues to hold, then nothing has changed. We're just back into our supply, right? This is where the offer sits. So we'll see what happens now. But we did find our liquidity where we needed. But now we have to figure out if we can flip this. I expect balance here on NQ until we can flip this pivot and make it supportive. So again, like the risk is 1-to-1 right now with potential for a rotation up, making it a 2-to-1. You've taken off half size here as we pushed into the seller to make the trade free, but I'm not expecting expansion until we can rotate higher off of it, right? If we continue to fail here, if Russell continues to hold below, if ES can't build above, then I expect NQ to continue to chop here and then rotate back down. Again, like this area is not anything expansive as of yet. It is balance between our bid that sits here and our offer that sits above. We have shown no interest other than just balance right now, building out structure. So as we retest our pivot at our 80 to 90, watch to see if we can hold. If we can see a demand here, that's a great sign that we want to then rotate, and then we'll look for the pop above our 30 to 40 for continuation. Is what I'm saying making sense or no? We're retesting our seller above. We're retesting our demand off of the break back in. So far, bid is holding, but now we need to see the look above our previous sell to show that we want to expand, or we're trapped in balance while we wait for Russell and ES to decide what the hell that they want to do. Okay, good. 10 seconds till new 15s. Again, 820, great first risk off into this like 815, 820 POC, previous candle, holding our low of balance still, no change. Nothing is invalidated. Russell sideways, NQ able to just hold balance. Again, like we talked about, it is just a balance rotation right now in NQ while we wait for NQ and ES to decide what the hell what they want to do. So if you're unwilling to play off of this edge, not much for you to do until we either flip back over 830, 840 or flip below our 790, 800 here. It will be balanced until otherwise. Into our 830, again, just rotation on NQ while we wait for Russell to figure out what it wants to do here at our pivot. Top of balance here on NQ. If we can flip 830, 840 and show interest above, then we should rotate up to 870 and then 920. If we fail to build above our balance high, then there's no change and we'll just rotate back down again. Waiting on Russell to see what it can do here. Again, this is top of range. You got to risk off until we can flip. You can try to leave a runner, but understand that it can come back down and be break even. Again, like none of this is bad. It's just building out structure from our move up. Like I need you guys to realize that because it's super important for you how you look at the market. Like yeah, there's a lot of people that'll start panicking in areas like this, and it's like if you understand what the expectation should be from the get-go of like, oh, we got our big move in the morning. It is now midday. It is lunch, right? Like what do we expect to happen? Well, we don't expect anything big to happen into midday, right? So we're now going to build out structure, and that happening as we come into that 12, it's like, oh, okay, like, oh, that makes sense. We need to have a change of pace and a change in mentality as we come into that lunch period. understanding and recognizing that we usually see a shift in how the market moves. And we shouldn't expect the same kind of price action, the same kind of momentum that we had for the first 3 hours of the day. Yeah? Like, just like always, like, don't get caught up in looking for ever expanding, ever growing momentum. I feel like a lot of people get caught up in that, and like keeping your expectations in line with how price moves day to day. It has a usual range, it has a usual pace, and trying to look for an outlier move because you're excited and because price has been, doing, one thing, doesn't mean that it's going to continue to do said thing. And if you continue to act like it is going to move like that always, right, it's always going to follow the same path and the same momentum, that's when you're going to start over trading and you're going to start exuding a bit too much of your mentality, right, and your actual profits on the day. And then all of a sudden, like, all your great morning that you had is now a break-even day because you're over trading in what we could easily have expected as chop, right? Has anything changed on the higher time frame telling you that, we're going to fully retrace this move? No, but the POC shift at the highs told us everything we needed to know, that this is potentially the top for right now, right? While we build out structure. And like, that is the thing that you need to keep in mind, is like, as soon as we start to see those POCs shift and the failure to build above on ES and on NQ, that's your first sign of being like, oh, okay, I need to chill, right? Because if we don't show clear interest above and we can't show POC on the daily as a supportive hold, and all of this volume is transacting up here, right, we're clearly making a second distribution on the day. What do I mean by a second distribution on the day? Well, let's turn off drawings real quick. Right, if we have a distribution down here, and then we're going to have a distribution up here by the end of the day. So as this builds out, we're going to have an upper distribution and then a very clear lower distribution, right? Our value is shifting from this low, right? And this is, again, just us retracing our structure from yesterday. We had this very clear distribution that we traded within, and then we broke out of it, right? This is our value high here at our 720. We broke these highs, and then we've expanded, and now we're building out a distribution above this yesterday's range. So this is going to take a bit of time, but that doesn't mean that we have to fully come back down. But if this high continues to maintain, right, if we can't show interest over this 20 to 40 area, it's like, oh, okay, well, we might have to come back down to retest this breakout from yesterday's range, right, at 720, 700. But we're still putting in higher lows. Nothing has really changed. Nothing has really shifted. But even a retest down here into this 720, 700 would be great, right? These are our previous highs. If we can come back down and retest this and then bounce, that's still really bullish on the day and on the week, right? But what we want to see is if we can just continue to maintain here at this 790 to 800. This is our ADR on the day, our average daily range, as well as our PVZ here at 790. This is our value. Right? We want to see us build here. We want to build out this node. That's all good. We can see that this LVN is still holding and that we're trying to build out this upper distribution, but we are desperately in need of a push above this 30 to 40. If this POC continues to hold as resistance above us, we continue to hit our heads on it, right? We will have to seek lower first before we can seek higher. Russell finally coming down into target off of our failure to get above. Full range rotation again on NQ, coming back down into our lows. No ability to push on ES above our POC shift. This is previous day value high as well. So we're still holding this. We'll watch to see if we can build here. This is still our 30-second opening range from yesterday on ES. There's been no change. We're still trapped in this. See, as NQ comes back down into these lows, what we do, we're seeing some absorption here into 800 again. Very two-sided, where we're seeing sellers absorb into our 30s, and we're seeing buyers absorb into this 800 to 790. One of these has to flip, and then we'll see a secondary reaction. Well, let's pray for Russell to find a low here into our 92, 93. That gives another relief bounce off and another failure on NQ and ES on a look below our pivots. That's all we really got. Just waiting for Russell to find that bid again, and then once we do, we keep going. If not, then the seller is going to flip us, and then we'll rotate down. Watching here as we push down. $40 seconds till new 15s. $20. RTY finding a slight bid at our reversion zone. We're watching to see if we get another look below and then a pop back over 800s and then bid for rotations back up, trapping again into open new 15s with Russell finding relief, or if this is going to actually hold on the open of new 15s as resistance, right? New 15s opening below POC. So we'll watch this as our pivot. Very clear. Yes, almost at target here, off of pathing, off of our failure to push above. See as we push down into this 45, 46, how we interact. ES into our lows as well. Sorry, NQ into our lows as well. Watching to see interactions here. RTY still showing weakness, no bid as of yet. Watching our reaction on retest of 93. If offer sits there, then we'll continue down into our lows here on NQ. Watching for a retest as well. Watch your reoffer into 90 to 800 to see if it holds or if we flip back up of Russell finding a slight bid. Yes, again, has pushed into our target. It's just our view up on 15. Watching to see now if we get a continuation down and this POC holds, right, from previous candle. This is this retest here that we're watching for. This is this. Watch to see if this flips and holds offer here, or if we can hold and then rotate down for the next leg. Offer's got to be very clear. We'll flip back up off the hold of our lows with Russell pushing. Good morning is crazy. What's up, Sauce? Offer held our 802, 790 area. As POC retest of previous candle. Watching for a higher low on RTY. We have to get below the 65 on NQ, or there's no change here. If bid is still resting into these lows on NQ, then we will get a dramatic bounce here and then a rotation up. We need to see follow through here, or again, this will be a higher low. We held where we needed to for the sell, yes, but we have to get below. It is incredibly important that this happens, or again, this will be where the bid is. We already know that they're into this low, right? If they hold this, bounce, and then look over, nothing has changed. If this can hold offer, rotate below, then we're in good shape for this rotation back down. And we're keeping an eye for this move off of the higher low here on Russell as well. Make a decision. Get me out of here. Still chopping between our buyer and seller here. Seller at 800, buyer at this 776, 765. We need to flip it. Russell still maintaining a higher low. Nothing is invalidated on either direction. It is chop, more liquidity. What do you think about RTY? I think that it's holding a higher low and it's retesting our value structure now, which is what we wanted to see for upside potential with this move, right? Looks like to me that we're headed back up to 700 on RTY. If we show any interest over 96. New 15's opening now. See if we get anything new. We'll look above, see if we can hold. Back into our balance on NQ. POC below us. Yes, back to our offer at this, where there's like 19 different POCs above. It's a very clear offer into 60. See if we get this flip on NQ short term. Retesting POC of previous candle. Yeah, exactly. Later, man. Again, we're just building out this area, so like it's gonna be, it is midday. Change your mentality. Treat it as balance until proven otherwise. On the hard time frame, we're still just flagging. Don't overtrade here and blow up your accounts for no reason or take away all your gains. There's no point. Just wait for expansion. If you want to play the balance, go for it, but trade like, 1/3 size of what you were doing before, or just wait. It's midday, it's lunch. No reason to chop it up when we know that it's going to be chop, Literally makes no sense. Where are my groceries, man? Look, they changed the fucking time. 1:46 to 2:26 p.m. Ugh, like what's the point? What's like why even give me the opportunity to book an appointment, schedule a time, and then you change my time? Like I should get a fucking refund. Are you kidding me? What if I have things I need to do? It's so annoying, man. Surely it'll show up between 11 and 1. Now it's 1:46 to 2:30. I'm so annoyed. I might cancel this order. Days? Why? What are you talking about? Oh, I mean, it's really not that bad here. It's just cold. There's no, like, blizzard. The southern quarter? Oh, I mean, I'm just trying to get something like it's basically like an Uber Eats order, but for groceries. I'm not too worried about it. I'm just more annoyed that they push times back. Yeah, no, I just hate when, like, what's the point of making an appointment and scheduling a time when then all of a sudden everything is delayed over and over and over and over again, and then that becomes my day is just watching my phone. That's what's annoying. Absolute waste of time. RTY still holding our pivot, no change. ES still rotating in yesterday's structure of their 30-second opening range at our PVZ. Still rotating between our offer and this bid that's sitting here. NQ chopping sideways, holding POC of previous candle, but no ability to push as of yet while we wait for the rest of the market to figure out what the hell it wants to do. Just keep that in mind that there is not great trading right now. All we're doing is continuing to rotate off this liquidity and building out this upper balance on the higher time frame. I'm not bearish really until we flip our low pivots here. And then we can look for this rotation back down to our previous supply, right, into previous day value high. That's what I'm waiting for, really. Until then, again, we're just building out this distribution here. We know that's what's happening. We can see it. It is this very slow grind down while we wait for the rest of the market to figure it out. I'm really only looking for expansion on NQ and follow through out of this flag on a rotation over our 30 to 40. Once we see that, then we can look for continuation higher. Until then, I expect this to be choppy, garbage price action like we mentioned from the get-go. We've fully pushed into target. We've done the entire big move. Don't get caught up now that we've played all of these nice moves on the day. Don't get caught up now in the chop for no reason, even after we've already identified it and talked about it. The one long that I did like, I put a risk profile on. We played it back up to our highs. We have done nothing since then. Do not overtrade here. There is no reason for it. I promise you there will be more opportunities. There will be better opportunities. Do not do it. I've said my piece. It is up to you now to have self-control. We know what we want to see, but until we see better action, we see momentum, don't do it. Just save yourself the trouble. It's lunch. As this is the last reminder, okay, that I'm giving you. If we get back into the balance, you can look for the trade, but I'm not expecting anything crazy right now. It is up to you to have self-control. New 15's opening now. Another POC hold, looking above and now bidding above our previous POC. Russell continuing to hold our pivot, rotating up. Let's see if we get anything else. I mean, I totally get you. But I honestly feel the same. I mean, JGK is specifically, like, I think the plots makes no sense personally. But I also feel that about Demon Slayer. I'm a hater. Get me out of here, man. Yo. We are slowly retracing some of this move. Yeah. The day has been tech heavy and Russell's been either like sideways or down, and as soon as it starts to go down and NQ is neutral, the market kind of dissipates a bit and comes back down. So we're doing that now. I have a feeling that will probably come back down to like 700, 720 here eventually. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we'll see. We're just flagging on the higher time frame, so I don't really mind, but I don't know how many times I have to like scream at these guys to not overtrade here after this morning. No, bro, that's on you. I'm out of here. I can't be bothered. No. Yep. Okay, I just rescheduled my order for groceries. They're gonna just keep pushing it back, and I can't be bothered to wait. True. Lord. Yeah. Makes sense. Water. It's also why like potholes are a thing, and cracks in road happen after winter because water, like expands when it freezes in the crack, and then you get a pothole. But then think of that with like a tree. Comes brittle. Then there's like this insane wind as well with the snow and the cold. Yeah, we've got the blast shield on our. The wind is crazy right now. Insane. Yeah. Like trying to walk outside between the buildings. Like, so again, like I live downtown, so it's like you're in like a wind tunnel. It's just like -20 wind slapping you in the face. Like, oh, okay, sick. I bet it's insane in New York. I bet it is insane. But not a lot of snow. It's just like frozen. Everything is. We're supposed to get a ton of snow this weekend, but luckily it's just been cold right now. This weekend I can just stay inside and it won't bother me. I'm blessed. It is so hard to get out of bed these days. I've got the heated blanket plus the weighted blanket. We're living life. Yeah, yeah. All right, can we just get the reversion to VWAP before I want to die, please? Just give me the reversion. Come on, come on. There it is. Come on, a little bit more. Come in. What's bros from Florida? Give him a break. Uh, Come on. We are almost at target, friends, for our downside into our VWAP. See what we do as we push down into our 15-minute VWAP here, into our 730, 700 area. This is where we'll watch to see if the bid is found. Please keep an eye on it. Take some profits if you are playing off of our pivots. Again, this is our target as we're pushing down. If you did not take any trades, this is where I would start to look for trades as we push into our VWAP now that we are here. This is our value low on ES as well as our 30-second opening range high at 940 on ES. Let's keep an eye on that now that we have approached. If we flip back below 700s and then that holds offer, then we can start to be a bit more scared for the market. But until then, this like 700, 730 area, this is our big pivot. This is where we were expecting the reversion trade to be based off of the failure at our highs. Again, I just want to reiterate, like structurally where we are, this is where we took our long for the rotation up off of the flip of our supply from 700 to 730. This was our supply yesterday. This is where we flipped and then we went supportive. This is that rotation and our retest of that said seller from yesterday and today. So if we can build here above previous day value high and come fully back down into this POC here at 700s, that is exactly what we talked about from the POC shift that happened at our 820. You can see that we are retracing into it. We are watching to see how we build here. If buyers can absorb here and eat it up and then rotate us back up, then we'll be all right. If we flip back below in this POC here at this 698, 700, whatever you want to call it, goes resistance, then we will be looking for a rotation back down to 620, right? We'll play our zones again. So to me, we either find a bid as we push down into this and then look for rotations back up, or this will flip offer again, and then it will be the same plays from yesterday and today, which is, this is our market. Rotation down. Right? We know how to operate in this area because we've already done it. Pushing into our 700s now. See if we can flip it or if this is going to hold again. As we push into this, this is where we expect that buyer to be. If we flip, then we have our ranges from yesterday, but this is our value edge as well as where the POC shifted. We're watching to see how we interact here. This is previous day value high. This is ES into our 30-second opening range. This is the reversion. I can't give you an exact to the T level where we're going to trade because I expect it to be volatile in here, but this is the zone where you should be looking to take some profit off. See if the bid is found here again at 730 after our bounce from our 700, 720. This is the same pivot as before. We're watching to see if we can build at our ETH high from yesterday, right? We want to see if we can hold here or if this is going to, again, flip and then go offer. I don't have the answer for you yet. All I know is that we have gone directly to the area that we wanted to go to, right? Now we have to figure out if buyers are going to be present here. So far, they look a little absorbed into 40 on that little test. Same as before, we're going to need to see them flip it. Show interest here, build out a higher low, make a right side of V. See full market participation ideally from this area. All right. Following our pathing, like we talked about, pushing down, hold of our offer at 700 to 720. I would expect one more leg down into 670 to 660 here, just like yesterday. Same pathing, same everything. We'll watch our reoffer. Russell continuing to fall. This should be your first risk off into 85 if you're playing off of the 705 to 720 reoffer like we have pathed. If I still expect us to head down to this 670, 660 liquidity that we have present, just like we have again pathed. It's the same exact trading range as yesterday as well as this morning. It's exactly what I gave you guys yesterday. It's exactly what we've pushed through, and it's the same rotations. Everything is the same. You should be very familiar with our interactions in our zones here. We're watching to see how we interact here. This is where we found our bid on the last short attempt from this exact same area, right? This is this, where we bid and then pushed over our 730 for the rotation higher. If this flips lower, we know how to interact here. We already have talked about this. We've walked through it. Let's see what we do. Remember, the last attempt we did this here was a offer and a rotation down into this area. We took off our first profit here. We waited to see what we were going to do. If the bid is still willing to defend this, again, it is just going to be the rotation back up, just like the last attempt. We look for the hold back over, invalidation, the flip of the seller to our buyer, and then we can look to play to get back into this upper balance. If that fails, then we'll play this down, looking for that flip below our 60 to 75, and then we can play this down into our 600. Same trades as before. Again, if you're unfamiliar, this is what I left you guys with yesterday, zone-wise, in the trades in the afternoon that you could have taken. This is where we are currently, right? So it's the same thing again, where we're watching to see if we can find a bid here. And I'd expect either one of these interactions to occur. Neutral is yellow, green is bull, red is bearish. Crazy. The club, when you're relying on key levels from prior sessions, do you keep utilizing them as long as PA still respects them? Like if overnight the levels doesn't work well, do you disregard an RTH? Yeah, I guess. Like if we see something new that is different than the balance that's already been created, then we definitely will look for that. But like, look at what happened in our overnight session, right? This is the blue, is our overnight. Do we see anything that isn't what we expected to happen? Our buyer was still in our lows and our seller was still into our highs, and we just rotated in between. our two main pivots. And now we're back into this same thing where this is our main pivot here. We're watching to see how we interact. We know we have a strong secondary buyer who's been trying here at this 700. And if they can, this 700. And if they can continue to try to hold us here and flip us, then sweet, right? We go up. But if this guy fails and we can't get back over this 720, 730 area, then I'd expect us to rotate back through our zones, right? But like when we have clear levels, right? Buyer down here, seller up here, and we're just kind of like rotating through. There's nothing really new to do. Yeah, so as long as like that, we're still seeing that that pull towards them, and we're still seeing that buying and selling occurring around them, then yeah, they're still actionable. But after we kind of break out of a balance, I don't rely on so many of the internal levels, and more so like the higher time, like the larger structural ones, right? So like what I'm trying to say is like the further that we pull away from this area, the more consolidated my levels would become, right? Like it would just be like this one, and then maybe like a POC. Instead of like having such intricate zones where we're playing like zone to zone for the lower time frame, I would then switch over to, let's say, I do this all the time, which is I then go to like a 15-minute, and then I just put a fixed range on it, and then I'll just take that entire region, and then I'll just mark that value high, that value low, and then that POC, and then that'll be like the levels that I'll interact around. Because then it's just like, this is our previous balance, right? And we can see like that's exactly what we have here. All that we have that's extra is that we have an internal zone. Yeah, like you're like when we do those like a larger pause after a breakout, you have like one of two options, right? Where we're either going to flag and hold, or we're going to come back down to previous structure because we didn't have, it was too we were one time framing up, right? So we didn't really have time to build anything out, and so then it creates two clear and distinct distributions on the day, which is what we were talking about when we were up here. And it's like, okay, well, if we can't hold up here and we see that POC shift on the daily profile, and we're then hold it as resistance, then we should expect that we're going to revert back down to our main distribution on the day, which is just a rotation back down to this balance, right? So then you want to be waiting to see, can we break our highs and break out of this, or a continuation, giving you an opportunity, or are we going to fail and then rotate back through? And you don't really want to trade or interact in the balance that's up here unless you're already long from lower, or you're shorting from the offer. Anything else is just going to be very choppy while we trap people waiting for the next move to happen. Which is why I get so stressed when it becomes lunch, because I know people are just going to take away all of their profits on the day for no reason, expecting continuation of the same price action we got from this morning. Like, no, we got to revert. Got to build this out. So right now, this is the same opportunity as before, where our most recent, or our higher low buyer, who's present here at this 680 to 660, is still present here. It's the same thing. We're watching to see if we now flip over the 730 and can hold. If we can, then we should get the same rotation as before. So we'll watch this 730, 740 and see if we can build here. If we can, we should be able to rotate back up to 60 to 760, 780. This is the same trade as before. Literally the same trade. It's our last rotation. Retesting our 20 to 30 here off of our first PT and T50s. Watching to see if we can now hold this. Again, this is the same look above as the last attempt that we did this. We're watching to now see if we can build here or if this is going to trap and then flip back below. This is our test into VWAP, basically. $30 till new 15ths. We're going to close right at our pivot. And hope for a directional decision. Mm. Pushing back up into our highs after a hold of our 20 to 30, just like we talked about, rotating up. This is your first sell. Trades free. If we can flip back over our balance low from our upper balance, then we can look up higher. Until then, though, 760, 775 is where you want to be risking off. Yep. Good job, Grotto. We are following the yellow pathing that is in chat. To get into the green pathing, we need to flip this 760, 775 area. Until then, this is our retest of our bow low from our upper balance. See what I mean? So now it's a battle of what happens here. We know that this is where the offer sits, right? We need to either flip this, recover it, and then we can look for the rotations up. Or this will continue to reject here, and then we'll have to play this back down off of a failure to get back up into this. I don't know, hopefully that explanation was good enough. Seems like some of you are willing to try. See what we do now. Appreciate it, club. That's why I'm here. Lord. Rick Ryder. What a name. If we ever have a BlackRock Fed chair, I might actually that might actually be the end. That might be it. I mean, it's not at this point. It wouldn't even be unexpected. But God, would it be the end? But that is mind blowing. Huge. Oh, that's just what we need. Okay. Surely they have our best interests in mind. Let me see if I can find an article without a paywall here. I don't think anyone's put this FT article on archive yet. How do these businesses, like, these paywalls are insane. I don't understand how any of these journalism platforms are still in business. Like, who's paying for all of these? Having a subscription to a website for news that isn't an aggregator is insane. Like, people are paying for that? Like, listen, I understand the New York Times because you get the games, right? But like, who's paying for like, like the Wordle guys are gonna buy it, you know? Like, but like, who else is paying for this nonsense? Like, y'all have a Forbes and a Wall Street Journal and a New York Times subscription. Like, no wonder the news is on Twitter now only, right? Like, people are getting their news from Twitter. Like, you literally forced this to happen by putting a subscription wall in front of it. Department of War confirms the existence of directed energy weapons with plans to scale, is a headline right now. Yeah. Well, I know that they want to use it for drones. And there's the laser system in Israel that they've been testing as the third line of defense. But I won't care about energy weapons until there's like the what was it the hand of Ra from Command and Conquer, where it's like a satellite that shoots a laser down at you. Oh yeah, no. Oh, oh boy. What was that called in Command and Conquer? Command and Conquer laser satellite. The ion cannon. Yeah. Later. Have a good one, man. Who knew that Andor was a documentary? Yeah, I guess so. I love that we're trying to like speed run into like any dystopian future. We like watch these Hollywood films and we're like, hell yeah, that's what I want. Death Star. Yeah, you're about to wall run. Wait, this dude's hitbox is gonna be so small. Look at this. How's this gonna work? Yeah. What is this? Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. They knew what they were doing. So far, failure to get it back over into our upper balance. Our 60 to 76 still holding, rotating back down to our bid here at our 20 to 30. Just a rotation of our range. Is Rory still here? Here's one of the key animators, bud. There you go. So funny. Immediate bounce off of our 730, rotation back up to our 760. It is the same range as before. Nothing is invalidated, nothing has changed. Everything is the same. Rotating up again. Let's see if we can flip our pivot to get back into this upper balance. There is some very clear absorption here at our 750, 760 area. So we need to flip this with size, in my opinion, with speed size, and get over and then see a strong secondary buyer. Or this is just going to continue to be a little rough up here into these highs. But very good hold of our pivot. I'm just watching to see if we can get this flip now. After we've just showed interest is still here at this 730. Market's a bit slower, but if we can get back into our upper balance, that would be sick. If not, then we know how to play the downside. Right, we have that fully pathed out. It'll be just the same rotations as before. Oh, Lord. Big stretch. What time is it? Do I want to stay here for an hour of chop? Not sure. Hmm. Let me at least fix the Russell chart before I dip. Sure, we're good on that. Just in time for me to leave, Grotto. Back to our 30-second opening range here on ES. NQ, no change, still just balanced at our pivot. Watching to see if this flips or if this is going to continue to hold here. This is just VWAP that we're bouncing. There's nothing really to do here on NQ. Again, this is just our pivot. Either we flip below and then hold it on a reoffer, or we'll continue to bid here and then rotate back up to our 760. I'm really not interested in anything else other than that right now, right? Like this is either just going to bid and then rotate back up, or we'll look for the flip below our previous day value high and then rotations down. Oh my god, I just looked at chat and Grota went on a... Looks like Rory is talking in chat. I think I got a promotion, but my manager was unaware of it. So who promoted you? If not your manager. His manager? The VP? Oh, holy. Hell yeah. Congrats. Nikki with an actual answer. Yeah, that'd be awful. I feel like that's like most minor promotions though. It's more work, less pay. Until you get to a point. Like, here's some new responsibilities. You'll love doing these new tasks. Don't you feel empowered? I mean, at some point you should leave regardless. You work in tech. You should definitely look to, if you're relying on internal promotions and pay bumps, like that's like the least effective method of growth in tech. In most sectors, to be honest. Like, you should be looking for employment elsewhere for a larger pay bump, and then you can always go back to Oracle later. But like, leave on good terms. Look out outward for some sort of bigger pay bump. Keep it competitive. I'll never understand people who stay at the same company for like 50 years. I don't get it. Unless you have like a government job. I get that. Because you've got like cushy health insurance and you've got a solid retirement and your work is probably like easy, you know, cushy. But if you don't do that, like if you're in tech and you're still like decently young, I feel like you should be trying to find a new job every couple of years, or companies will take advantage of you. XY, all you needed to know is that he works there for the short. It's literally like all the info you needed to know. No, that's not the insider information, but the overall opinion of Oracle is Oracle. Surely. All right. I think I'm out of here. I stayed longer than I wanted to anyways, and we're not doing anything. And our level's the same, and it is what it is. I don't know. I was hoping that this was going to be a bit more reactive. Maybe it will be, but I'm not staying just for hope. You guys get a nice move in the afternoon. Sweet. It'll be without me. Again, our levels are good. I think we have a pretty solid understanding of structurally where we need to be. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just make sure our distribution is solid. I'm kind of bored at this point, and I don't want to stay for the full session at all. Good news before you leave. I was able to walk a little without crutch. Hell yeah. Sorry, I wasn't reading chat. I was doing levels. I are you gonna get another X-ray done? Do they do that for like when it's healing? I don't know. I'd love to see like the before and after next to it. Yeah, your heal speed is crazy. If you get another X-ray done, I definitely want to see. So that first one was gnarly. Okay. All right. Yeah. Man, I keep like staying just to be like, maybe now it'll do it. Maybe now it'll do it. Yeah, and which is fine. I don't care. We had some really good trades today. €1,000 monthly for. So Europe is different than in the United States, man. I don't know. It might be better to stay at the same job in Europe, but in the United States, they will take advantage of you if you stay at the same company forever. It is not worth. Like the only way that you get like real substantial raises is if you're like switching to another company, right? For like a more competitive pay bump, or you're gonna get like smaller, I don't know. It's not sustainable, like relying on your boss to want to pay you more money. Like it just isn't. It isn't. For most professions, your boss is gonna do and your company is gonna do everything they can to not pay you more. I think Europe, they care about you a bit more. America, they're like, you're replaceable.
And like jobs in like the health sector, which are like one of the more common jobs, and jobs in like the retail sector, like they all, like most positions have pay caps if you stay for X amount of years, where like you'll be at the top of your pay cap for that role, and they will refuse to pay you more. So like you have to switch to a different a different company to actually get more money, because you'll, you know, after X amount of years, you'll be at the pay cap for that position. There's not much you can do about that other than, you know, leave. Yeah, that's okay. I see. Yeah, I'm excited to see what the one in a couple months looks like. Lord. Gnarly. All right, another rotation off of our pivot, no change. ES holding, they're just rotating back up into our offer here again. Let's see if we can get the breakout. I'm just gonna hold my long. Either it stops me out or it doesn't, and we'll go from there. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna sit here for it. So I will talk to you all on Monday. I will post my levels in chat. If you want to screenshot them, I will do this real quick so that you have a full overview of what I'm looking for. If you are not in the Discord, it's the same rotations as before. We either maintain this pivot and then we rotate up, and we'll look for this rotation back up here, or we will flip this and then we'll look for rotations like so. Your main 3 points where you can look for buyers are your 70 to 60. This can be a potential reversal. Your 600 to 590. This can be a bigger reversal. And then our higher time frame buyer that we found at this 20 to 30. Those are your main areas where you'll look for big reversals. If we can get back over here from a sustain of our 700, 720 area, and we can flip back into our upper rotation, just watch to see if we can build above this 30 to 40, right? Above these value highs. Targets above would be 70 to 85, and then 915 to 950, which was our ADR from yesterday. That's just fib targets above, but we'll see. Got some very clear balances, and you can look at yesterday's trades to get an idea of what to expect for today, seeing as we're still respecting these areas quite a bit. But yeah, that's it for me. You guys have a great weekend, and I will see you all Monday. Peace.